Okay, I call the meeting of the Transformation Committee to order. Mr. Fleming, can you call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mr. Scott Ottman,
Here.
Mr. Robert Moore,
Here.
State Treasurer Brad Briner, Miss Lisa Estep, Labor Commissioner Luke Farley, Lieutenant Governor Rachel Hunt, Mr. Jeff Lang,
Here.
Mr. Tom Looney, Dr. Dale McGinnis,
Here.
Mr. Bannock Scott, Honorable Sam Searcy. Sir, we have a quorum.
Mr. Fleming, can you read?
Yes, sir. Got it. In accordance with the State Government Ethics Act, it is the duty of every member of this committee to avoid both conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict. Does any member of this committee have any known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before us today? If so, please identify the conflict or appearance of conflict and refrain from any undue participation in the particular matter involved. No conflict, sir?
Okay, thank you. The minutes have been presented in the board packet. Are there any changes or questions to the March 19th minutes? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve the minutes? May I have a second? Thank you.
Got it.
All right, you've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. The motion is approved. Approval of the agenda. May I have a motion to approve the agenda? Mr. Lang, may I have a second? Ms. Estep. You've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. The motion's approved. Okay, I've got two items today for information. The first will be an update on ERP, and then TCO2 is an update on CRM as promised from the last board meeting. So first, let me talk about ERP. So, okay. Is that better? Better? Okay, right. First, let's talk about the ERP update. So let me preface it by saying I don't have all the battle scars from the rest that have been around, but I am extremely happy and optimistic about where we are on the overall project. So that being said, I want to again publicly thank all of the teams. I want to thank Dr. Merritt's team. I want to thank Dr. Price's team, Dr. Schneider's entire team, as well as Patrick Deonte and the CIO organization for all the hard work. We really are, I believe, on the 5-yard line. Okay, and I'll go into a little bit more detail in a minute. I don't have a lot of time today, so this will be quick. 46 of the 58 colleges have been reconciled in the new Banner CBAS solution. So this is now the 4th month where we've actually used the solution. So I feel very good about a July go live with CBAS, and that's the update. Let's talk about data warehouse. Dr. Schneider gave us exciting news this morning that the last 2 remaining defects of the user acceptance testing were passed as of this morning. So now Dr. Schneider and his team are really focused on moving all of the pipelines in the data to production. So again, feeling comfortable about a July, August go live, barring no challenges, and 2 change requests that we agreed are in the pipeline. So that's the good news on data warehouse. And then lastly, Dr. Merritt and his team, Dr. Eads and the team have been working extremely hard. We've had Aleutian in here several times. I think there's daily stand-ups or every other day stand-ups. And the team is working through the updates since Course Dog was kind of set to the sidelines, and Aleutian took that in-house. I think the team is excited at what they're seeing. They're starting to see the solution come to life. and really appreciating the possibilities of what the new CCL solution will look like and then deliver to the colleges. So I think that's exciting. And so there's reason why my enthusiasm is where it is. It's been, almost a year, well, 10 months for me anyway. Seems like dog years, but anyway, it's been great progress, and it clearly has been a tremendous team effort, not only with the system team, but the 5 pilots and the CIOs and the hard work that continues with the banner pilots. Let me talk quickly about some other highlights. The community college system was very well represented at the Aleutian Live event in Denver. I think they were excited about what's on the roadmap, the things that were shared. So I think the momentum is starting to build, which is a positive. I think we had a roadmap session with the chairman and the senior leadership team. We actually saw the Aleutian student kind of solution and proposal. I want to make sure everybody understands there's no reason to panic. All of the hard work is not for naught. This is something that will be layered on top of the banner solution. And I use the analogy, maybe it's the right one, maybe it's the wrong one, but I use the analogy of Copilot. It's similar. There are Copilot functions. You can choose to use them when you're using products like Excel, or you can just use Excel like I do, old school way, right? So that's the positive. And I think the other thing that's right in front of us is, we've had lots of work with the colleges, and I do want to make note that Patrick, myself, Deontay will be, Ken has graciously agreed to host us at the Alamance College for a 2-day session where we're actually going to bring in the 5 pilot CIOs, as well as Ryan from Wake and Rick from Central Piedmont, and really going to start to solicit their input to help us formulate, the future governance, what that deployment plan could look like, knowing what they've been through for the last couple of years, et cetera. So we're excited about that, and I want to thank Ken for his offer to host this. The last thing I want to talk about before I turn it over to Dr. Merritt for the CRM update is I know there's lots of discussion around LMS and the Canvas instructor breach. I want to thank Stephen Reeves, Patrick, Deontay, and that team for the way that was handled. I think, frankly, when you look at it, I think it was handled better from a system standpoint than if you look at the apology and the press release from the CEO of Instructure. I think it was handled better here than, let's say, at their corporate level. So, but I do want to recognize the team, because I know there were lots of long hours and lots of people, not only at the system office, but at the colleges that were impacted that had Canvas, and it truly was a team effort. So I want to thank everybody for that. So those are my updates on CRM. I'll open it up for if there's any questions before I turn it over to Dr. Merritt. Questions?
Just a comment. I see President Engels here. I just want to personally thank him on behalf of the board for his support of hosting the CIOs, for his support as the technology lead for the President's Association, and the CIOs that are participating in this event. It's really leadership. Ken, I can't thank you enough. And I just hope you're renewed for another year here as head of the technology committee. So you have my endorsement, if it's worth anything.
Yeah, can we vote on that now? Because the other thing I want to thank Dr. Engel for is my donut holes from Daily Donut. So,
Yeah.
All right, Dr. Merritt, could you provide us with a quick update on CRM?
Happy to do that. And I'm going to be waiting for the donut holes, Ken. So I have not had any of those yet. So good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on our progress towards a system-wide solution for the customer relationship management solution, or CRM. As a reminder, we talked about this in March, but just to kind of level set, CRM platform can help our colleges really intentionally, build, manage relationships with students from that first point of contact as a prospect, through enrollment, through completion, and really into the workforce. As a CRM platform allows our colleges to interact with businesses, with alumni, and at its core, it's not just about the technology, but it's about strengthening engagement with students, with people, improving outcomes, and creating a consistent experience across our 58 colleges. So I'm going to briefly connect today's update to our March discussion. Remember, in March, we did a system-wide overview of the CRM adoption, the usage, the early outcomes that we were seeing from our pilot and the consultants that we've been providing, along with considerations for how we as a system might move forward. So there were three main themes that we talked about in March. First, adoption with the CRM across our colleges is widespread, but most colleges are using some form of CRM, but the depth and the maturity of the implementation it varies pretty significantly across the 58. Second, we are seeing real value, especially with colleges using CRM tools to support recruitment, onboarding, student engagement. It's directly aligning around our goals with student enrollment and success. But the primary challenges are not the technology itself. The primary challenges that colleges are seeing were in reporting to us were often the staffing capacity, the training, the change management, the system integration, especially. So in other words, this is an implementation challenge, but it's also going to be, we see it as a technology investment, and an investment that we think would be worthwhile to transform our system. So we have strong momentum, but we're not operating as a system at scale yet. So since March, we've come together, members of our team, spoken with some colleges, also have taken a deeper dive into the survey results that we talked about back in March, looking at these tools in practice and where additional support's needed. And really looking at, what we've learned through this peer-based kind of cohort-based learning approach that we've taken over the past year plus. And a key next step in the work that we're doing in collaboration with Mr. Ottman and this committee is the system office released just a few weeks ago a request for information. So a formal RFI is out there, and we want to better understand the vendor landscape and the range of solutions available to support our colleges at scale. We've already seen really strong engagement. I think it's okay for me to mention the number of vendors. Is that okay, Janelle? We've seen 13 vendors that have submitted questions to us. 13 vendors have submitted questions to the RFI. 194 questions came in that our team collaborated with IT within the system office to respond to these questions about the RFI. Those questions were, the answers to those questions were posted yesterday back to the vendors, and the formal responses from these vendors are due next Wednesday, May 20th. So, this is an important step in our, transition and our, we're moving from exploration and, kind of piloting to looking at strategy, from individual adoption towards a, greater system-wide alignment. You'll see in the item that you've got before you, that we've got a timeline. The vendor responses are due May 20th. We would like to engage with the President's Association, with the CIOs, with the Transformation Committee, with Mr. Ottman, take a look at those responses and really make sure that we, look at this as a roadmap, as part of the full transformation, and potentially bring back recommendations to this committee when it meets again in July. So with that, happy to answer any questions, but we've just want to thank our team, thank IT, thank Dr. Reynolds and many of the CIOs that have helped inform this processing. Pulling that RFI together and making sure that it was crisp before it was posted was a task in such a short time period. So, Ms. CSIP.
Do you happen to know how many of those vendors have worked in the higher ed space, and is that something you would consider important?
Many of the vendors, I think, if not all of them, work in the higher ed space. I haven't seen them all, but I've seen the questions that have come in. Many work with business and industry as well. But I think that is, the higher ed space, I think, is of the most importance. I think the student journey is really what we're trying to create as a more seamless student experience. So I think that's really and that was when you see some of the questions that came in, they were very interested in the kind of golden image, kind of system-wide platform, the seamless experience for students. Those were many of the questions were student focused. So that was encouraging.
This is the RFI. When is the date that you think you will have the RFP available? And then when do you think there would be an ultimate decision on choosing a vendor for the RM system?
I hesitate to give an actual date for the RFP. I really would like to make sure, just considering the conversation, before this one on item 1, I think it's going to be really important to make sure that we collaborate with the presidents, with the CIOs, and make sure this is part of the full transformation, package. I think that depending on the vendors that actually respond, and considering, how they integrate with, our ERP solutions and kind of the future, I think that's, the response I would give. I just want to make sure that it's a collaborative process, but I would think that the sooner the better, as far as I'm concerned. So, Mr. Ottman, I don't know if you'd like to.
Yeah, and I may be stepping out of bounds here. I don't know that we'll have to do an RFP, right?
That's true too.
So, I mean, I think the goal really, there were really 2 goals here. One was to understand the landscape and from a vendor standpoint. The second is there's no debate of the value of a CRM. I think we're all in agreement with that. The last thing we want to do is slow down the momentum that's already out there.
That's right.
So I think it really is, what's the landscape look like? Where does it fit? And then where does it fit within the colleges when you start to look at where's ERP play, et cetera. I've heard loud and clear from all of the visits I've been on, those that have a CRM installed, they're frustrated with, my cost is different, my function's different, et cetera. My terms and conditions may be a little different. So hopefully one of the things we get out of this is, what does that look like? And is there a short term, which is we maybe try to consolidate the offering for everybody and have a true system-wide solution and contract, and then make sure we harmonize some of the T's and C's, right? And not hold anybody back, right? Because there is progress. But I think the key to scaling this is we've got to take advantage of the colleges that have deployed it and had success, and easily replicating that for the other colleges, and not have to have them start from scratch, the staff, et cetera. There's things we can do if we're on the same platform to accelerate this, right? That's the goal. Dr. McGinnis.
Mr. Ottman, if I can switch gears slightly, asked a question in the executive committee, and you referenced Dr. Merritt. Wondered if I could ask a question about the update on where we stand with getting the registration tool for Con Ed.
I heard that question and I thought it might come up.
I wouldn't want to disappoint you, Brian.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I think the plain answer is yes. Short-term registration can be done in Banner. I think we are, seeing lots of other components that we are, as we're testing. Obviously, Aleutian has a product called Journey as well, and that Aleutian student announcement. I think we're still learning exactly what that means. So I think the short answer is yes, but it's on our radar, and we know that that's a big part of our business, and we're paying close attention to it. The bridge, our short-term RFP Lite that we're doing is kind of our bridge component to making sure that we're, acknowledging where the colleges are now, but we're paying attention, very close attention to it. So,
Mr. Chairman, I'd appreciate it if that item could have a standing place on your body of work, because to me, that's with Propel moving forward, we hope that's going to be an extremely important tool for our colleges to have.
Okay.
yeah,
Agreed.
thank you for that question.
Anything else?
Yeah, just a question and a comment. During the review with Aleutian, they took us through the roadmap. One of the barriers to entry for the colleges, particularly the small ones, which is the ones that really don't have it implemented yet, was the amount of resource on campus. And I got the impression that with the new AI tools that are being built in, the implementation and the amount of work up front is not going to be as onerous as you look to the future. Is that correct?
I don't know if, I don't think I'd agree with that.
Okay,
I mean, when you say implementation, I think workflows,
okay.
you know, within the college, the staff, I think there are things that the colleges will be able to automate via agentic AI, which will help staff. But when you say implementation,
Well,
to me, that's
it's redeploying
deployment.
resource. You can
Yes,
redeploy
fair.
resources.
That's fair.
That's the, to me, that's the same thing. Redeploy
Yes.
resources to areas that have higher impact because you're leveraging AI. And the other thing is, we tend to look at the present in when we do RFPs. Oh, is this a future-looking RFP in the way it was constructed? Or we're
For,
looking at what we need for a year or two from now, not just what we need today?
is that the RFP for the RFI for CRM?
Correct.
Just wanted to make sure.
Why?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, Dr. Merritt?
When we wrote the RFI, we did write it in a format that it spoke to that golden image as part of the full transformation package, not just a, one and done or 58 individual. We wrote it as part of the full solution. Yeah.
And the other
That's
thing, Chairman, I think is the reason you do the RFI is to really understand what the vendor's offerings are. I think everybody knows what Element's offerings are, maybe Salesforce. But I think when you heard what 11 or 13 vendors, there's others out there. So I think that really gives you a view of the art of the possible, let's say.
And the final point I'll make is, this is not only about the technology, but the procurement process as well, because we got authority 18 months to 2 years ago to pull IT procurement in. So this is also about taking cost out of our procurement processes for this offering. And the thing that I really liked what I saw was when Aleutian presented the roadmap for the whole ERP, is that there were levels where we get, say, every college up to a gold level, yet maybe a Central Piedmont would want a platinum level, but no college would have less than a gold level, right?
Fair, yes. And one of
Very
the,
simple terms.
yes, and I did have a meeting with the chief revenue officer, customer officer for Element, who reached out to me via LinkedIn. And I've asked them for the same roadmap discussion. And I've also asked them to provide us with the inventory of colleges, what the terms and conditions are and what they're paying, so that we have that view so we can accomplish what you're talking about.
All right, thanks.
Mr. Lang?
Is there I've heard roadmap mentioned multiple times today. Is there a visual that would show CRM, ERP, CCL, all of these different products on a timeline and colleges, so that there would be a cheat sheet for us that can't remember everything of when these things are occurring and overlap? Is that possible?
It's possible. Do I have it now? Do we have it now? No. I think that's the work, right? It's the work to find out where the colleges are with CRM. We're working right now on what that banner implementation looks like. But yes, my goal, our desire as a team is to have that roadmap. So you know which place each vendor plays, and then what that deployment looks like, because that deployment may include the banner solution and CRM if they don't have that now, right? So the answer is, we don't have it now, but yes, we won't be able to do it without a roadmap. I'm gonna follow Dr. Merritt's lead. I'm not ready to give you a date because I don't want to miss it. There's been a lot of missing around here, so from our vendors, so I don't want to be in that category. But it's a fair point. Okay, I think we're over almost 5 minutes, so I got to go. Is there any new business to come before the committee? Okay, may I have a motion to adjourn? May I have a second? Second. Okay, you heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you.
Calling the Audit Committee to order. Dr. Gold, could you read the roll call, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Jeffrey Lang,
Here.
Ms. Paula Benson, Mr. Tom Looney, Dr. David Lowry, Mr. Bill McBrayer. I think he's here. I'm sure he'll join us in just a moment. Honorable David Price, Mr. Ray Trapp, Mr. Terry Yergin, Mr. Chris Lumsden. You have a quorum, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Gold, would you please read the Ethics, Awareness, and Conflict of Interest?
In accordance with the State Government Ethics Act, it is the duty of every member of this committee to avoid both conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict. Does any member of the committee have any known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before us today? If so, please identify the conflict or appearance of conflict and refrain from any undue participation in the particular matter involved. Seeing none.
At this time, I'd like to have a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Ms. Benson, and second, Dr. Price, Mr. Price. All in favor of approval of the agenda, say aye. Motion carries. Approval of minutes. Are there any changes or questions regarding the minutes as presented in the board materials? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve the minutes from March 19th, 2026? And a second? Thank you. Benson? All in favor of approval of the minutes, say aye. Thank you. Motion carries. For the Audit Committee, what we have is a number of items to review. There are no items for action. I will start with the financial statement audits. As of May, audit reports for 29 colleges for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2025 have been received. The average cost of these audits is $53,374, and the average hours is 362. 7 audits were conducted by certified public accountants, with the remaining 22 being conducted by the North Carolina Office of the State Auditor. 4 colleges had findings: Caldwell Community College and Technical Institute, Central Piedmont Community College, Gaston College, and Southwestern Community College. Are there any questions? Hearing none, I'll move on to audit item 2. And this is actually 4 different audit items. The first one being the document retention compliance audit, which was an engagement to determine if we are compliant with the record retention regulations. This focused on physical documents and did not cover electronic document retention. It was complete with no issues. The next one, Audit 04, Policy and Procedure Audit Engagement, was reviewed the processes that have been implemented to keep our policies and procedures up to date and assess their effectiveness. This was also completed without any issues. Audit 05, the Travel Authorization and Reimbursement Compliance Audit examined whether processes and procedures were adequate to ensure that the System Office complies with state regulations and System Office rules. Completed. The last one, the Motor Fleet Management Compliance Audit reviewed System Office compliance with the Department of Administration's Motor Fleet Management policies. The 4 audit engagements found some weaknesses in System Office controls as well as gaps in our processes. The details of the issues and the resulting recommendations are laid out on the attached reports. Management has agreed to implement all of the recommendations, and internal audit feels that the recommendations are feasible and should be completed in a timely manner. The recommendations will be tracked by internal audits, and their status will be presented to the Audit Committee as part of our year-end report. This report is presented to the Audit Committee each August, and the overdue or canceled recommendations are presented in the report. Are there any questions?
Mr. Lincoln, can I make just one quick comment? I just want to kind of tie a couple things together. Many of you have heard the report from the Strategic Planning Committee as we were updating our strategic plan on one of the tactics for our current plan was updating our policies and creating a procedure to keep those policies up to date. So one of the audit engagements that David King conducted that Mr. Lang just shared with you looked at our processes. And I just, because of our current strategic plan, had he done that engagement 2 years ago, I think his findings would have been much more extensive. So just want to tie that back to the outcome of the strategic plan and the fact that the strategic plan has made a difference in how we document those processes and how we ensure that those policies are up to date. Just want to provide that context.
Thank you very much. Is there any new business? Hearing none, I make a motion to adjourn. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Okay.
And a second. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm calling the Programs and Student Success Committee to order. I'd like to ask Ms. Ashley Croom to call the roll.
Ms. Sarah West, Chair.
Present.
Mr. Bill McBrayer, Vice Chair.
Present.
Ms. Stacy Griffin. Lieutenant Governor Rachel Hunt. Mr. Tom Looney. The Honorable David Price. Mr. Bannock Scott. Mr. Terry Yergin.
Terry's in Iceland and Stacy's calling in, but they both said they might not be able. Think she's online?
She's online. Well, with Ms. Griffin, we have a quorum.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Yeah. He texted from Iceland. Yes. All right. Thank you, Ms. Croom. Could you also read the ethics awareness and conflict of interest?
In accordance with the State Government Ethics Act, it is the duty of every member of this committee to avoid both conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict. Does any member of the committee have any known conflict or interest of appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before us today? If so, please identify the conflict or appearance of conflict and refrain from any undue participation in the particular matter involved. None noted.
Thank you. Our first order of business is I'm asking for a motion and a second to approve our May 14th, 2026 agenda. Thank you, Mr. Looney. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. McBrayer. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. Ayes have it. I now need a motion and a second to approve the minutes of our March 19th meeting. Thank you, Mr. McBrayer. Do I have a second? I don't think you can do that. So, Congressman. Yes, you do. So Congressman Price, could you second the motion to approve? Thank you, sir. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. Ayes have it. All right. Good afternoon. It's wonderful to see all of you and to welcome committee members who are calling in. We have a very packed agenda, 3 items for action, 3 items on the consent agenda, and 4 items on the for information agenda. We're going to spend the majority of our time today on review and discussion of 2 of our 4 action items, programs 2 and 3. We also have a strong update to share with you on Workforce Pell, very exciting, related to program 5. Our first order of business, and we will cover programs 1, 2, and 3, and then ask for one motion to approve. Program 1, the state board is asked to approve the apprenticeship NC council appointments. I do want to ensure that the committee is clear that this council is not to be conflated with the governor's task force on workforce and apprenticeships. That is a separate task force convened by the governor. The apprenticeship NC council is overseen by apprenticeship NC at the community college system, and the state board, pursuant to statute, appoints an apprenticeship council that is composed of 4 representatives from employers, 4 representatives from employee organizations, 3 representatives from the public at large, an ex officio member from the NC Department of Public Instruction, and an ex officio member from the NC Department of Commerce. The terms have been realigned from 3 years to 2 with alternating end dates to provide for better continuity and sustainability of the council's work. And proposed members are listed here. If you scroll down to the second page, these are the proposed members. The chair, which is appointed annually, is proposed to be Mr. Roger Collins. And are there questions for Mr. John Loyak, our Vice President for Economic Development, about this council or the appointees? Seeing none, we will move along. Thank you. Program 2, we're very excited today. We're asked to approve the legislative report for the IDD Workforce Training Program, Access to Achievement. We're going to hear highlights of the report shortly from Nancy Guy, our state director of the program. And we also have a guest, Tammy Maddox, who is from Guilford Tech. And just as a reminder, Access to Achievement aims to improve employment outcomes and credential attainment among individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities by offering innovative vocational training and extensive student support across the 15 community colleges. I would like to congratulate again our fellow board member Lisa Eads, Nancy Guy, and Senator Michael Lee for this step. What did I say? Eads. Oh gosh, Lisa Eads is our. No, sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Eads. Lisa Eastep, thank you, Nancy Guy and Senator Michael Lee for the special award they received at our awards event in April for their seminal work in conceptualizing and sponsoring this program, which initially began as a 2-college pilot and has grown to 15 colleges. And before we hear from our presenters, I do want to note that Senate Bill 991, the Community College Workforce Readiness Act, includes a request for recurring funds to expand the current program from 15 to 25 colleges. And you're going to hear now why we think that's such a wonderful idea. Nancy, thank you for joining us and for sharing highlights of the report.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Once again, I'm going to need to thank you for the recognition that you all have given to Access to Achievement. It means a tremendous amount to me, to my co-recipients of the award, and especially to those who do this work and are the recipients of that work in the field. Today, 3 things are going to happen. I'm going to talk, hopefully very briefly. Second, Tammy Maddox, our Access to Achievement person at Guilford Tech, is going to talk, and then you're going to see a snippet from a video featuring one of our students at Alamance Community College. So in front of you, you have a 53-page report telling you what we've done over the last year. And I'm going to break that down for you into certain aspects that I think you'll find important. First of all, for those of you who haven't been around since the inception of this program, it started in 2021 with a 2-year pilot. And then we were fortunate in 22-23 to have Article 3 of Chapter 115D, our community college enabling legislation, be amended to add that there would be an IDD training program within the community college system. That was a huge move, and we appreciate that very much. In 23-25, the program expanded from the original 2 pilots to 15. So what I'm reporting to you on now is about what has happened at the 15 colleges. That's what the report in front of you is about, and what we've done at the system office. So you'll be aware of it. We spend a lot of time on developing infrastructure at the system office because for a program to be successful in the field, it needs guidance, it needs direction, it needs roadmaps, plans, templates, and we've worked hard on that this past year. We did develop for the first time an implementation guide, which takes the 6 legislative elements and breaks them down into how that needs to be operationalized at a college. We also have done 136 technical assistance visits, either virtual visits or in person with these programs. We have also, and I have my associate director with me, Lindsay Tipton, who worked very hard this past year with the folks in IT to develop a ServiceNow manual. So we were able to begin reporting data starting in January of last year. We also feel like it's our responsibility to reach out beyond the 15 colleges and change the landscape that students with IDD may face in many community colleges. So we sponsored a training on universal design, and at the end of this month, 60 faculty people, most of them not at our 15 colleges, will have completed a certification in universal design. We also have developed online courses so that the people who become coordinators will know their roles and responsibilities and pull down those courses at their leisure. We've done quite a bit of marketing this year. We spent time on reaching out to CCP, the dually enrolled students, younger students. That's taken quite a bit of effort to refine the language that we need to use with that group. And we also experimented with a digital campaign, putting on YouTube and various other media platforms brief clips about Access to Achievement, trying to pique interest. Within 1 month alone, those clips were posted 600,000 times. From that, we had a response rate of 600 people who went from what they had put in front of them to go and click on something to find out about the program. What's encouraging about that is 63% of the people who watched those clips watched it to the end. And that doesn't always happen when you click on something. I can see you all nodding. You don't always watch to the end either. Okay. We are required to have an outside evaluation. This past year has been the year for the field work aspect of that evaluation, and it'll be finished up by the end of June. Higher Education Insight is the company we've contracted with to do that, and they've done extensive interviews, visits with students, with families, with staff at the community colleges, as well as us at the system office. In your report, beginning on page 8, there are a series of charts, and I'm just going to briefly describe to you what those charts show. We have worked with, and this is always a moving target because more students are being added every month. And so page 8, there you go. We've worked with 871 students this past year. That's a pretty phenomenal number. The majority of them are between 18 and 24, so they really do represent the typical community college age student, or at least the preponderance of those students. We know that community colleges are facing a lot of challenges about retaining students and having student success, so we really wanted to measure that too. And we're happy to say that of the students that we have enrolled, these 871 people, they have completed 87% of the courses that they enrolled in. That's a phenomenal retention rate. Also, their success in those classes was measured at 89%. So these are very high numbers, and I just want to make sure remember, these are students who've had trouble typically throughout their academic careers. And so these are pretty startlingly good statistics, and we think point to the work of people like Tammy Maddox in the field. The students that we've worked with have, over 300 of them have earned a credential. You can scroll on down, have earned a credential. The majority of those credentials are in workforce development or some workforce-related field, continuing ed field. And that is extremely important because that is the goal behind what we're doing, is to make people prepared for employment. In terms of marketing and recruitment, which is also our responsibility, in the field and with our work, we have met with 400 different community partners. We have sponsored 200 events, and there have been over 100 visits to high schools. So you can see the work of the 15 coordinators has had a major impact. At the end of your report, you'll see there's a service guide manual, which Lindsay developed so that people would be able to work through the Moodle course and have a guide with them to help them know how to enter data appropriately. And you also have what was a document developed by our coordinator, our associate director for implementation and professional development, Vicki Vinson, and that's the program requirements guide, where we lay out very clearly what people are supposed to do. I think the most significant thing we're involved with right now is a curriculum project with our friends and colleagues in the subject matter expert areas under Dr. Eads' direction. And we're looking there to develop entry-level pathway courses that will give a new group of students, hopefully, a chance to come in and immediately learn practical skills, be able to get a certification, and go on if they choose to, and be able to be employed successfully if they choose not to. So there's a lot I could say about what we've done, but I think it's most important to let Tammy tell you what she's done. Just so you know, she has served almost 200 students at Guilford Tech. So you see the tremendous impact that she's having in that community. So I'm going to turn it over to Tammy.
Thank you, Nancy. Good afternoon, members of the board. In every aspect of our work, Access to Achievement coordinators return to the same guiding question. What do our students need, and how can we meet those needs in ways that are meaningful, inclusive, and effective? It is a privilege to speak with you today about the work of an Access to Achievement coordinator. I would like to walk you through a typical week, what it could look like, because our work is not shaped by a fixed schedule, but by the evolving needs of our students. At Guilford Technical Community College, the largest institution participating in Access to Achievement, our experiences can differ from smaller colleges. And I say that not pridefully, but humbly. Today, I hope to share the strategies, successes, and challenges involved in building a sustainable and student-centered program. First, I want to share how we start every morning with communication and connections with our families. Our week often begins before we even head to the office. Early mornings are filled with emails and phone calls from students just trying to navigate their classes, their pathways, or make sense of what comes next. Sometimes it's a parent reaching out, searching for answers and reassurance, trying to help the student find the right place to begin. These moments remind us that access starts way before a student sits in a classroom. Once we arrive on campus, the rapid pace continues. We respond to emails, prepare for meetings, and connect with our colleagues across departments to ensure that we are meeting the goals of Access to Achievement. Collaboration is essential because this work cannot happen in isolation. We meet with faculty, advisors, community partners to build systems that support students holistically. A large part of our week is spent working directly with students. These are not one-time conversations. They are ongoing relationships built over time. We talk about career exploration, study skills, time management, course selection. We guide students through the request of accommodations, how to advocate for themselves, and how to build soft skills that will be with them into their workforce. Sometimes progress is slow, but is powerful. Success for our students looks like trust, engagement, and the confidence to pursue opportunities that they once thought were beyond their reach. We may introduce a student to a tutor we know would be a great match. The student may be hesitant, unsure, and even resistant. So we try again the next week and the next. And for months, we gently encourage and reassure the student. Then one day, we walk by and see the student sitting with a tutor. We do not interrupt. We simply watch from a distance, knowing what it took to get there. And in that moment, we feel it. Because that student has taken a step towards trusting someone and toward believing they deserve the support. Other times, success looks different. There is a student who refused to attend any life events, student life events. So every invitation was met with an excuse, but we kept asking, we kept inviting. We asked other faculty members to invite as well. And eventually that student actually came to an event. And now they email whenever they attend the events, telling us, giving us updates of what they did, who they met, and how much fun they had. Once, what felt impossible has now become a source of connection and pride. That student is graduating today. We also create opportunities for students to explore new pathways through tools like virtual reality training. Students can earn micro-credentials and begin building skills in an area that they believe were out of reach. Some have even been told their entire lives that certain careers were not for them. With the right support and access, they begin to see themselves differently, not limited, but capable. Success is not without challenges. Not every moment is a celebration. There are difficult moments and conversations too. We sit with students who have failed a class, helping them process the disappointment and rebuild their confidence. Together, we create a plan, whether that's to take the class again or a different plan to head in a new direction. We meet with parents who are overwhelmed, who feel like every decision carries enormous weight, and who wonder how their child will succeed in a community college environment. In those moments, we listen, we support, and we help them see that they are not alone. Our work extends beyond academics. Transportation is a real barrier for our students. Part of our role is helping them navigate how to get to campus, how to get to internships, and community opportunities. Independence is not just about the classroom, it's about being able to show up. For many of our students, internships are the first experience they've ever had to the workforce. We work to build partnerships with employers who are willing to invest in our students and provide meaningful opportunities where they can learn, contribute, and grow. These experiences are often transformative, opening doors that students would have never and families would have never thought possible. I have discussed connections, successes, and challenges that we've had for students, but I'd really like to take a little bit of extra time to dive a little bit further in the work of an Access to Achievement coordinator. In addition to the daily, weekly responsibilities, Access to Achievement must also meet specific program requirements and responsibilities like to steward a budget. At a large community college like mine, this is no small task. At GTCC, I'm responsible for serving 198 students in a single year while ensuring all program expectations are met with quality and consistency. These expectations include establishing at least 3 employer partnerships, providing mentoring opportunities, offering support workshops twice a semester, and ensuring access to tutoring services and a comprehensive orientation program. We are required to continuously review pathways and identify new entry points. We must provide assistive technology assessments and training, as well as financial and benefit counseling at least twice a year. And additionally, we are expected to ensure that at least 50% of our caseload participates in hands-on training experiences. And is strongly encouraged that we create internship opportunities for our students. Each of these responsibilities requires planning, coordination, and a follow-through, all while maintaining the individual support our students depend on. Throughout the week, we travel between campuses. I travel between 3 to 5 campuses a week to meet students where they are. We connect with community agencies that can support our work and reach out to students who may not respond to emails or texts, simply just to check in. We document every interaction, email, phone call, note, text, all their classes. We also work closely with high schools, charter schools, middle colleges, early colleges, CCP, to make sure that the transition from K-12 is seamless. These partnerships are critical to ensuring students arrive on our campus prepared and supported. In every part of our week, we continue to ask the same question. What do our students need, and how can we meet that need in a meaningful, inclusive, and effective way? Being an Access to Achievement coordinator means being persistent, creative, and deeply committed. It means seeing potential where others may have seen limits. It means celebrating small victories that represent enormous growth. But mostly importantly, it means walking alongside students as they build confidence, gain skills, and move towards independence. Thank you for your time and your commitment to expanding access and opportunity for all students in North Carolina.
And now, so you'll see at the final moment of this, what it looks like for a student. The student you're going to see is at Alamance. We began to serve him when he was in the ABE program, in an aspect of that program called Career College at Alamance. So show the video, please.
My name is Savion Marsh Sheridan. I came to ACC in 2022 in the Career College program for horticulture, and I graduated in the year of 2024. My goals for coming to ACC was to find a career in horticulture that would put me outside. My advisor supported me by helping me to visualize exactly what I wanted in the career of horticulture and helped me to build connections that got me an internship at Elon University, which helped me to get a permanent full-time position in Elon University's landscaping department as an assistant gardener.
Does anybody have any questions about the report or any remarks or anything at this point? Yes, sir.
How do we reward success? As I look at the numbers, there's 194,000 allocated. You have some schools that I don't know, maybe have 20, and maybe others may have 50 or 100. So
I'm smiling because Dr. Merritt and I have talked about that. Ms. Eastep and I have talked about that. You want to talk about it a little bit, Dr. Merritt, what we're thinking?
Think that if you take a look at the board item in the finance committee that'll be considered later, you'll see that there's a criteria in there that says that depending on enrollment and performance and outcomes of the program that we'd like to see, especially moving into next fiscal year, that item is going to allow Nancy and her team to make sure to work with Ms. Eastep and myself to establish some criteria for especially the caseload management. You hear Tammy mentioned 194 plus students. We want to make sure that the proper personnel is awarded each of the colleges that really need it, especially. So, Nancy did a good job this spring and her team asking the colleges for what their needs are, just for additional needs. And there were plenty of requests that came in from the additional colleges. So moving into next year, we're going to have, the criteria communicated to the colleges in July at the beginning of the year that says, here are the criteria that are established that could allow you to get additional beyond the 194. So we've thought about that. We've listened to the colleges and especially with Ms. Eastep's guidance, we're having a plan for it moving in. And we're going to be clear with the colleges participating up front so they can, meet that criteria and, prepare for the future allocations.
and how soon is this going to happen?
We talked about drafting the memo. I don't know if you've done it yet, but we're communicating it to the colleges this summer before July 1, so they know what the expectation is moving into next fiscal year. And the allocation memo you see in the fiscal or in the finance committee today has that language in there to allow us to do so.
Good, because you're out of startup mode. Now you're into acceleration mode, and peanut butter spreading is not the way to do it. So you got to invest where you get the biggest return.
Right.
So, especially at Alamance, from what I just heard.
Yeah. I mean, we have some colleges that are small that have done a fantastic job. We have some, most particularly in this case, our largest, Guilford Tech, that's done a phenomenal job under Tammy's leadership.
And just one other quick one. I noticed that a Wake Tech, Central Piedmont, and Fayetteville Tech are not on the list.
Right.
Is it because they have other social programs that support those students in those counties?
It's interesting that you say that. The quick answer to that is yes. The other answer to that is those colleges, with the exception of one, did not apply. So I think they thought initially, we are happy with what we're doing. We don't want to take the leap in this direction with access to achievement. They may feel differently now, but only one of them was not successful. And that unfortunately was just minimally not successful in the application process.
Nancy, remind us, when we started this process, the law allows 15 colleges. How many applications did we get? Was
We
it
had
30?
37.
37.
37.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Ms. West mentioned Senate Bill 991, potentially would expand that to 25. Yeah.
Anything else? Yes, sir.
My sense is that by having access to achievement, the students become more self-reliant. So do you have any ROI on the costs we're spending for access to achievement, but the alternative costs, if they didn't have that, they would need other state programs to help them throughout their lives, in which case access to achievement might have a really positive ROI, which could allow us to gain more money, more support from the legislature.
That is fantastically presented. You have just presented a wonderful case for what we should take forward. But no, we have not pulled that information. A lot of it is because this is only we're ending our second year. And so as we go forward, I think an ROI would be fantastic to take a look at.
Congressman Price, thank you.
Could you comment on the level of interest in this? You say 37 applied, 15 were
Yes.
awarded,
Yes, sir. Yes.
and you have you're anticipating 25 in the next round.
Yes. Well, we're hoping that we can add 10 to the 15 we have. Yes.
I think 37 is remarkable that you had that number of applications. Were most of them serious meritorious applications?
Yes, they were. I would say when you have an application process and you have metrics and you have review teams and we had written evaluations as well as interviews, the point spread was very, very small. It's kind of like, what's the difference between the valedictorian and the salutatorian? The point spread was very, very small. Some of them were really meritorious, and we just did not have the funds.
I assume there's going to be a lot of work done to publicize the results here and spread the word and encourage more schools to look at this.
Yes, and we're relying on, I've already met with Marcy in Nathan Harden's office about doing a feature after this board meeting to make sure we keep the momentum up.
Good.
Thank you. Oh, yes.
And I hope you all heard how deliberate the team is and the colleges are to sticking to the goals of the program. That's very deliberate and they're very strong in that. We were always very sure, and they were always very sure from the get-go that we had to produce data to show that this program was going to work. And they did that from the get-go. And the 6 principles, we stuck to that. And that was very important. I mean, you're not just changing the students' lives, you're changing the minds on the campuses. And that was also very clear from the get-go. This isn't an easy lift necessarily. So we also were very sure that we were starting out small and then growing very deliberately because we wanted to make sure that we're creating a base for the rest of the colleges to see this is something very different. It's just a very different thing that I would say confidently that there really isn't another state in the country that's doing this sort of work that is centralized the way this one is. And that's important. It's building that, it's having that centralized system of support for the colleges. And it really is important. But, they are reaching out to other colleges that don't have the program yet. Another area we're going to get into, they're going to get into, I keep saying I'm not doing any of the work. I'm just the repo man going after, the senators' cars if they don't contribute to this for next time. But we want to get into apprenticeship. We want to, make an investment in apprenticeship. We want to get into CCP a little bit further. So we have big plans and we'd love to grow it. So it would be up to 10 more schools. I think it would be safe to say, but again, we want to be very deliberate in how we grow. So.
President McGinnis.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I wanted to,
One more comment.
right.
I
And
really
then,
appreciate your comment, Congressman Price, about awareness. We brought a PR firm in to assist us with the search that has been very valuable, and our plan is to probably retain them to tell these stories. And you said, you think we're number 1 in the country. Well, no one else has claimed it. Let's claim it and publicize the hell out of it. I mean, really. Yeah. So I think I think we haven't told our story well enough. We're a little too humble. So I think you'll see in the next 6 months requests to expand our marketing organization, requests to keep these contract or bring these experts in, really help us tell our story, not only in North Carolina, but nationally, because that's what brings the funders in. And you'll see tomorrow, with Dr. Cox's leadership on the foundation side and on the boost side, significant investments based upon the awareness of what we're doing in North Carolina now. So just a great point.
Thank you. I wanted to emphasize, can y'all hear me? I wanted to emphasize a couple of points that were made. One, I really want to, I was talking to Ms. Eastep before the meeting. What it really distinguishes this program is the very deep commitment to a strong infrastructure. That is unusual in so many circumstances, and programs live and die on their ability to create a sustainability model. And that was just intentional and thoughtful from the beginning. And I wanted to pick up on President McGinnis's comment, and Mr. Lang, you spoke to this as well. This isn't just about getting a certificate or a degree. This is about establishing someone's path to an independent, meaningful, productive life. And if you think about the ROI for families, parents who know that they are leaving their child with a meaningful role in society, I think that is just an enormous gift that this program gives to families as well. So thank you for all of your good work. All right, we will now move to program 3. And the state board is asked to approve the 2026 performance measures for student success. We're going to hear from Dr. Bill Schneider, our Vice President of System Effectiveness. This report is the North Carolina Community College System's major accountability document. It's the source for the 2026-27 state performance funding. The annual performance report is based on data that is compiled during the previous year and serves to inform colleges and the public on the performance of our 58 community colleges. And a little bit of history, I had a really productive conversation with Member Lumsden before the meeting. The state board began monitoring performance data in 1993 on a select number of measures. As of 2010, we review those measures every 3 years, and Bill will share more about that with us, to ensure that the measures and methods for evaluating colleges are current and remain focused on improving student success. So this report, Dr. Schneider, as I understand, is based on measures we approved in 2024.
That's correct.
All right, and with that, I turn the baton to you. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. And I think Ms. West really covered a lot of things in slide 1, so if you can click to that one. But I will elaborate a little bit more on as far as that annual approval process. So we will be kicking off our 3-year process later this year, and we'll bring it to the board probably in the June, July timeframe next year, recommended changes for the next cycle of performance measures. So click on next slide. All right, so when we're looking at state performance measure, we're assessing colleges based on 7 different measures. The first one is assessing really kind of the ongoing progress of our basic skills students within an academic year. We also look at college level completion of English and math courses within 3 years. We look at first year progression. That's looking at persistence as far as taking a fall first time cohort of students and looking to see if they've actually transitioned to a university, they've graduated, or they're still enrolled with us with a certain threshold of hours. We also look across various licensure certification passing rates that are required individuals to pass before they can practice in North Carolina. And the final one's looking at transfer performance. For this measure, we're looking at of our students who complete a certain a threshold of articulate hours or completion of an AA program, what percentage are actually going on to a university within 2 years. Next one. All right, so a question might be as far as like within the report, there's all these various colors and how is this calculated? All those are statistically derived. So we look at standard deviations. So these actually shift from year to year based on what we're seeing as far as success rates across all institutions. We have 5 different colors as far as within the report. The lowest level is the baseline. These are results that are 2 standard deviations below the statewide average. And we have kind of this like orange, reddish area, which is below an average band, but above the baseline. And on the right side of the average band, we have like an above average, but lower than excellence level. Then kind of platinum level. That's what kind of our gold standard as far as like, as far as highest achievement as far as amongst our institutions based on their success rates at 1 standard deviation above the statewide average. Okay, next one. So once again, you'll see all these various colors by institution, by actual measure, and you kind of see across the board. But the next slide actually kind of provides as far as like, looking across all the measures, which institutions are falling into, those above average band categories as far as exceeding excellence level, or at least above the average max but below excellence levels. So that's just for your reference. And then the next slide is looking at, okay, which college actually kind of exceeded that above average level the most across the 7 measures. So we actually have five institutions that at least had green or platinum levels across 5 to 7 measures. And you kind of see also a list of those who had 4 and 3. Okay. Next. All right, so in last year's presentation, I talked about where we were compared to other states as far as a really kind of more of a nationwide look at our completion rate. But first, I'm going to do that. But first, I just want to kind of do a little deeper dive as far as our completion measure. So this is like our overarching, our big measure looking at completion. And it kind of like looks at, it also encompasses things as like progression, once again, completion, transfer. So if we click on next slide, we'll kind of look at our historical trend. And this continues to improve year after year. But as I always say, look at this with caution. Because we click the next slide, a lot of that is being driven by the shift in who's in our student cohorts. So, back in fall 2015, about 2/3 of our students were not dual enrolled. Now we're seeing more than half of our students are dual enrolled students in our first time cohort. So as that group has grown and we see their success are much higher, they're non-dual enrolled, we've seen kind of drive in our overarching success rate. The good news is that if you look at since fall 19, which was the COVID fall semester, the spring semester after that was kind of COVID, we've seen really good growth across both not just our dual enrolled, but not dual enrolled as far as success rates. Okay. And if we go next slide and we kind of narrow it down, just focus on not dual enrolled. Okay, go next slide. This shows you like over year after year as far as what is that success rate. So that blue bar represents what is success rate within 2 years, the red's within 3 years, and the green's, within that 4th year, that added on 4th year as far as successes go. So the good news is we see that the blue line within 2 years is pretty much consistently going up the past, 4 falls. So right now we're assessing the fall 21 cohort as far as success rate, but we should see continued growth based on what we're seeing as far as within 1 year and within 2 years as far as those outcomes go. Okay, so probably hopefully next year's report, we'll be looking at more like a 47% success rate for the fall 22 cohort. All right, so I mentioned as far as comparisons nationwide. So unfortunately, this is looking at similar cohorts of students. These are not dual enrolled students, and looking at those who start a 2-year institution, what percent within 6 years successfully complete a credential. So this can be a associate degree, a bachelor's degree, a certificate, diploma, as long as a post-secondary credential, what percent is successfully completing. And this has been fairly flat for us. We see it's been, the past 3 cohorts, about 45% with a slight decline. And that was, once again, more aligned with COVID. The good news is that we are 5% ahead of where the nation is as a whole. But the bad news is that Georgia, Kentucky, and Virginia are still ahead of us. So the way I'm not sure, but I think it's because a lot of Florida institutions offer bachelor programs. So those 2 years, quote, his traditional 2-year institution are now offering bachelor degrees are no longer in that category with us. Okay. And this is just a heat map as far as looking at the success rates across the country, where we see a lot of success across Midwest and Southeast, and kind of across the West and Northeast, we see lower success rates. Yes. The question is, why is Georgia still bright green since Amy left? This was the fall of 2019 cohort. So I think Amy was still there in fall 19. So I think it's the following cohorts they're going to struggle with, and we're going to bypass Georgia. It's a cohort. So 6 years after a student start, what that success rate is. Yeah, I think the way they're measuring this is probably proper because, within our measure, we're looking at successful transfer, we're looking at successful completion of our programs. I mean, the 6 years allows like students to actually transfer to a university to actually get that bachelor's degree. So, it does provide it kind of like the 150% range as far as when you expect someone to complete within 4 years, but adds a couple years as buffer. And I think typically we see across these measures, 4 or 5 years, things kind of plateau, but you'll get a little bit of gain at 6 year, but not a whole lot. And, all these different data points are available within our statewide or within our public dashboard. So if you go to the next page, there's an entire slew of state performance measure dashboards that you can kind of drill down, look at success rates across institutions by student demographics and characteristics. So anything you want to kind of drill down, looking at it from a trend perspective or student characteristics perspective, they're available to you there. I think that's all I had. And any questions? Yes.
Just looking at these performance measures, the last one, college transfer performance.
Yep.
Maybe this is answered somewhere in the details here, but is that a sufficiently refined statistic, you think? I mean, it has many facets. For example, are we regularly measuring how our students do compared to those who started out at the four-year institution? That included.
Yeah, that's a great question because really what we've seen is that this measure has kind of evolved over time. It used to be an academic performance measure at one time where we actually compared our success rates compared to kind of native students within university. So at one time, that was how we looked at success rate within that first year GPA. Then it transitioned more to getting more of a persistence measure and looked at of our students who were transferred to university, what percent are still enrolled at a university 1 year later. And then based on our last review, that's when we kind of shifted as far as, because we heard a lot from college as far as like, well, we can't influence or control a student's outcomes once they leave us to go to university. But the one thing we can control is making sure we had advising in place, make sure we have pathways in place to make sure they at least successfully go on to transfer. So that's why the measure now is kind of more focused. Okay, here are students that we expect, here's your exiters that were in transfer programs, we expect them to transfer. The question is, did they actually successfully complete as a transfer?
Why wouldn't you do both? That doesn't seem like an either or choice. Looks
Yeah.
like you'd be interested in persistence, yes, but you'd also be interested in, I mean, it's a measure of how well prepared these students are. Why wouldn't you want the more qualitative?
I think we would. I think I've really kind of historically, one of our big challenges that we've been kind of boxed into these measures a little bit. So, every single change we make to a measure needs to be, statutorily changed and included. So when we review these measures historically, we looked at the 7 measures. We know we have 7 measures to work with. We know we have $24 million to work with. Okay. And how within those parameters, but if there is some opportunity in the future to kind of expand upon the 7 measures, maybe we do have 2 transfer measures. One looking at more, are students actually successfully, transitioning to universities, and are they actually being successful academically once they transfer?
What's going to be, you say, if you have an opportunity, what makes for the opportunity?
I think it's really, me and Alex have kind of talked about this, if there was more flexibility within statute as far as going into our review cycle, knowing that there's not this stack of 7 metrics that we have to kind of, build our methodology around, that we could have some flexibility and recommend some new ones. We could have, we could narrow it to 5, we could have 10. There's various ways we can kind of think about that as far as, what does the future of state performance measures look like with that flexibility?
Dr. Schneider, doesn't
Yeah.
our TAC report, our Transfer Advisory Committee, look at the success quantitatively of transfer students as well? So
Yeah.
kind of get to it that way?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that includes the actual comparison between those native, university students with our
It
students.
does. Dr. Merritt, could you interject and then we can?
Yeah, what's the nature of that?
So we have a transfer advisory committee. I forget which month we submit that report in, but we take a look annually between us and the UNC system and the independents looking at transfer performance. It's part of a legislative report that we submit every year. And, we have a joint advisory committee that, Dr. Eads and Dr. Mabe and a number of others from Independence and DPI and UNC serve on as well to review the performance of our, cooperative innovatives, our CCP students, and our transfer students, and look at those success rates each year. And, we work really collaboratively with UNC to, right now we're looking at, based on some of the Belk Center research that was done last year, looking at certain degrees that act like transfer degrees. This board actually approved a funding opportunity, I think it was last November, where we're looking at some AAS degrees and the content and curriculum in collaboration with some colleges to make sure that we have some pathways reframed to offer opportunities for students that are losing credits as they transfer, to make sure that we're setting students up on the path for credit mobility opportunities as best we can. So yeah, it's something that we're trying to stay attuned to the data, and happy for any of the other staff to correct anything I'm saying. Dr. Eads, I don't know if you have anything you'd like to contribute. She gave me a thumbs up.
And I'll have one
And
more thing.
students too, yes.
Yeah,
It's-
and I'll add too. So I guess it was 2 board meetings ago that Dr. McGinnis actually presented as far as, looking at student enrollment and looking at student outcomes and so forth. And that was one of the things we highlighted, was actually that first year success rate of our students. And not only did they outperform native students, they also outperform university to university transfers, and they also outperform our independents to university transfers. So our community college students are more successful than not just as native students, but also other transfer students coming into the institutions.
Yeah, I think that's, I've heard that for a long time, and I think it's the story we need to make sure we tell. Let me just finally add, it seems to me that these interstate comparisons are important. And it sounds like we're kind of stalling on some of those, or at least we're not steadily gaining. I don't know whether to be concerned about that or not, but as we think about the strategic plan and the kind of goals we set, the measurable goals we set to move toward improvement, maybe we could use a little guidance as to which of these is the most important measures, and what kind of numbers we should aspire to. I mean, what's a reasonable system goal here? You're giving us the information, but
Right.
I don't think it's. We need to translate it, I think,
Right.
into a program to improve performance.
And one of the things I want to bring up to the next committee when we start meeting later this year is, like, even with our 4-year measure, it is a good indicator as far as how successful we've been in the past. But if we're thinking about, like, things about the strategic plan, we want to see what's working today. So things we did last year, we don't want to wait 4 or 6 years and see if we're successful. So think about how we look at these metrics, think about how they can be more timely. It's going to be helpful to see if what we're doing is working. Because, like, right now, once again, we're looking at, cohorts that are fall 19, fall 21. And, that was probably before the most recent strategic plan started. So it's really kind of tough to kind of, assess the outcomes associated with the work that we're doing across our system based on a lot of these metrics because of length and time in them.
Mr. Lumsden, did you want to ask a question?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. I'm not a member of the committee, so may I ask? I actually read the report and found it very intriguing and robust. And Dr. Lowry and I come from healthcare, and I kind of looked at this and chuckled to myself, maybe cried a little bit, because in healthcare, hospitals and doctors, we're measured by 8 or 10, it could be more, 8 to 10 performance measurements, and it's generally green, doing well, yellow, average, and red, poor. You always want to be green when you're comparing yourself to other hospitals regionally, statewide, and nationally. When I looked at this report now, there's more colors than just 3. I'm thinking to myself, boy, you really want to be in the gray category, not in the black category, I assume. Excellent versus poor. My question is, do 58 community colleges agree with these performance metrics and indicators? And are they meaningful to the colleges? And does the report help prove you're comparing yourself against others? That's first. Second, are there other circumstances that would sway the results in some way? I don't, student characteristics, demographics, the quality of the public school system, the list goes on. There may be other environmental issues that influence the performance against these measures. So you may get a B, but you're really performing at an A level based on the circumstances of your college and your community.
Yeah, and we can't control for everything, but 6 years ago, when I had the opportunity to work with Ms. McGinnis, President McGinnis back then, on actually this review process, we actually started incorporating various characteristics of students to kind of control for the differences. So we looked like within demographics, within, dual enrollment, not dual enrollment, looking at Pell versus non-Pell. So thinking about the actual success rates within those different student groups and comparing your institutional success rate within that student group compared to statewide to really assess across those different groups how successful you're being. So even like within an institution, you can kind of see that, yeah, I might be in the red, but with this group here, I'm kind of more in the red, so maybe that's an area that I need to improve upon based on disaggregation of data.
Is there any variation or difference between size of community that serves and the
Yeah, it's there's pretty good distribution as far as like we went back to that screen that actually showed like the different high performing schools, that there's a mix of big schools, small schools, urban, rural. I would say probably the one measure that I think is biased most favorably towards the bigger schools would be the licensure measures. And I'm not sure Brian can maybe talk to this more, probably a little more, maybe because they can probably more, be more selective as far as students that get in that program versus the rural colleges, because they have less, students to kind of potentially apply. But outside that, I think we see pretty good distribution across different, institutional characteristics across the measures.
So, Madam Chair, the last question, because this is good stuff from my perspective. What happens next? We have the reports. We digest the results. What does the board, what does the system, what do the colleges do with this information to improve performance over the next year to 3 years?
That's a great question. Mr. Lumsden and I had a very robust conversation before the meeting, and I know we're running short on time. I wanted to touch on it briefly and then suggest we come back to our next meeting and have a deep dive. But, the colleges use this information in different ways. I think Brian and Bill put together 2 or 3 use cases for how different colleges are using it. So to your point, I think Andrea Crowley spends time with colleges, helping them interpret their data and applying it. There is, I think, conversation across colleges to say, gee, you're really doing great in your basic and advancing your improvement in basic English. How can I learn from you? What are you doing differently? I'd love to hear from Brian's use cases. And then Mandy Lee, President Lee, you shared something with us last year about how you'd used it. So if we could have Brian and then Dr. Lee speak briefly, that'd be great.
I'll just be very brief. I know from my experience, I used this as a basis for our strategic planning at our college and made sure that, we were working smart. And these measures were in large part of both colleges I've worked at. We incorporated these measures into our strategic plan. That data and having it readily available every year was just, a smart way to work. Looking backwards, I hear this from a lot of our colleges, and I've, personally have felt this at the local level. Looking so far back, 6 years ago, it is, truly a starting point, I think, for a college. And I reached out to a handful of chief academic officers this week just to ask them, how do you use the performance measures? And they all reinforced that it is a starting point, because many of them weren't even in their roles in 2019 or 2021. They're newer, but a couple of them pointed me to some changes that they made. One said that they were able to strengthen their program level outcomes tied to licensure, because as they looked at their licensure performance in the report, but then also what's reported, with the state agencies, One college said they revised their nurse aid lab checkoff process to, in response to their certification pass rate. And, another college told me that they, took a strong look at the more targeted tutoring supports in certain areas to make sure that they tied that back to licensure requirements to improve their student success. So I think colleges use it in a varying number of ways, but I think for me, it was always a starting point to know, like, where do we need to look into this, and then, pull some more real-time data locally, and that can inform your strategic plan and your kind of formative assessment, especially going into the summer. Having these data now, and having being able to go into the summer and planning for the next year and planning for your future and program improvements is always really helpful. So.
Wait before President Lee jumps on, but also one of the things that President Cox has asked us to do, which we're going to do starting the fall semester, start thinking about how we work with, like, the lower performing schools, and at least offer our services as a system office to kind of do a drill down, look at student characteristics, try to help colleges navigate. There's a lot of data out there, but a lot of colleges struggle as far as navigating and trying to understand where the soft points are, within their success rate. So, working collaboratively with the colleges, working with Brian's team, like my team can focus on, okay, here's the data points. Brian's team can potentially focus on, say, okay, here are things that from a strategy perspective, as far as supporting students, what you could do to better, improve your success rates.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to go into any more detail than what Dr. Merritt just did, except to say that the presidents take this information, we report it to our board, and it is definitely a part of our strategic planning process. With that said, we are also very excited that we are embracing on a year where we can reevaluate the performance measures. There's some things about them that we want to improve on. I love your ideas and the perspective that you say. And also that green Georgia needs to change for sure. So we need to be looking at this a little bit more clearly and maybe a little bit more assertively than what we've been doing in the past. This has been a great place to start. Dale and I have worked together quite a bit on how to do this. When we first started these conversations, data in general was very hard to get our hands on. It's very hard to do something system-wide. You saw that Bill's got a plethora of reports now at our fingertips. So I would imagine that you have a vast difference among each school on how we use the data, because we have so much more readily available than we've ever had before. So learning to make data-informed decisions is definitely what we're doing right at this point. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Dr. Schneider, thank you. And we'll be inviting you to come back. I'm mindful of the fact that we're running out of time, and I still have to get approval for our 4 action items and our consent agenda items. So I'm asking for a motion and a second to approve programs 1, 2, and 3 for the 4 action agenda. Thank you, Mr. McGregor. Thank you, Congressman Price. All in favor say aye. Any opposed say no. Ayes have it. We'll move now to our consent agenda. Program 4 is our fast track for action agenda. The board is asked to approve requests from Carteret Community College and from Robeson Community College for the 2 programs that you see here. No negative impact reports were received for these applications. I will note that both enhance the workforce pipeline for health-related roles. Are there any questions regarding these items for either Dr. Merritt or Dr. Melissa Smith, our Senior State Director of Health Science Programs? Hearing none, I will go to program 5. The board is asked to approve the courses listed here for placement or modification in the combined course library. I would like to call your attention to, I think it's a few pages down. We had a request from Advance NC. That is a consortium comprised of 12 community colleges, several four-year institutions, and workforce development boards. This is a new series. We're asking that the board approve the addition of a suite of completely new 9,000 level courses into our combined course library. This suite of courses represent micro-credentials or micro-pathways that other colleges will now be allowed and able to adopt. And this is important for a couple of reasons. It's a long-term solution to help fast track and solidify workforce continuing education pathways, which is part of being Propel ready. It's also a big part of being workforce Pell aligned. Dr. Gardner was going to, and he can take questions, but I'm going to cover some of the material, Dr. Gardner, that we were asking you to cover. We wanted to share a related update that yesterday the Governor's Council on Workforce and Apprenticeships and the NC Works Commission met. The key outcome was the approval by the NC Works Commission of the Workforce Pell eligibility requirements and application process. You'll recall that in March, Dr. Andrea DeSantis, the Assistant Secretary for Workforce Solutions with NC Commerce, joined us to provide a detailed update on Workforce Pell and an overview of the proposed rules, which as of yesterday have now been approved. So based on this policy, our 9,000 courses are very well positioned for Workforce Pell. Dr. Gardner has shared that they will need to be in operation for 1 year in order to be eligible for Workforce Pell funding. And we're eagerly awaiting the release of the final federal rules that will validate our state policies and processes. And we're hoping to hear about this next week. But again, this is just a huge step forward for us, and I will pause briefly to see if there are questions for Dr. Gardner or Dr. Merritt. Hearing none, we'll continue to have this conversation. Program 6, the committee is asked to approve requests from Asheville Buncombe Community College and Forsyth Community College to offer courses listed here in collaboration with the Correctional Center partners noted. These are courses to be offered to captive or co-opted groups. And are there questions regarding these items? Hearing none, we will take a motion and a second to approve programs 4, 5, and 6 for the 4 consent agenda.
We approve the 4 items for consent.
Is that a motion? Mr. McBrayer, do I have a second? Thank you, Congressman Price. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the ayes have it. For information, I'm going to bundle programs 7, 8, 9, and 10. These are an overview of the curriculum program applications approved for addition, revision, or termination by Dr. Cox, our system president, at the request of the college as noted here and via the authority that the state board has delegated to him as president of the system. I would like to pull up program 8, if you don't mind, Ms. Kroom. This is, again, we talked earlier today about our educator preparation program. 7 of the 29 colleges who have been approved as educator preparation programs, or EPPs, have received approval from President Cox to offer additional certificate or licensure areas as listed on the program. This is just huge for us as a system to continue to build pathways for teacher licensure because we face as a state a structural deficit in teachers. But of the colleges requesting approval for certificates, we have added 6 birth through kindergarten certificate programs. We have added 7 high school math residency licensure certificate programs, 6 science, high school science, 6 middle school math, 6 middle school science, and 7 special education licensure certificate programs. So this is wonderful. We'll be bringing more back in July. Are there any questions regarding any of the programs on the For Information agenda? Hearing none, I will ask for a motion from Mr. McBrayer and a second from Congressman Price to adjourn today's meeting. Do I? Thank you. We all in favor say aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.
I'd like to call this meeting of the Finance Committee of the State Board of Community Colleges to order. It is 2:02 p.m. Ms. Herring, would you please call the roll?
Yes, ma'am. Miss Lisa Eastep.
Here.
Miss Paula Benson. Here. Labor Commissioner Luke Farley. Okay. Thank you, Chris. Mr. Tom Looney. Mr. Robert Moore. Mr. Scott Ottman. The Honorable Sam Searcy.
Here.
Mr. Ray Trapp. Madam, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Herring. I will now read the Ethics Awareness and Conflict of Interest Reminder. In accordance with the State Government Ethics Act, it is the duty of every member of this committee to avoid both conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict. Does any member of the committee have any known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before us today? If so, please identify the conflict or appearance of conflict and refrain from any undue participation in the particular matter involved. I see no conflict. Please let the record reflect that. You have, committee members, you have before you the agenda for today. Quite scant, as you see. Yeah. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented? Thank you. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. You also have had a chance to review, hopefully, the minutes from our prior meeting in March. Are there any changes, additions, deletions to note? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve said minutes. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Thank you, Mr. Ottman. Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. They are approved. Excuse me. All right, we have a few for action items here before us. Our first for action item, attachment FC01, is a State Board Reserve request for in the amount of $40,800 for an Innovators and Residents Network. This is to create an Innovators and Residents Professional Development Program, which will focus on AI integration strategies and opportunities, particularly for our colleges. And these will be aligned with goals from our Transformation Committee and the North Carolina AI Leadership Council. I believe Dr. Crowley is one that serves on that council, along with, I think, Dr. Freeman, as well as representation from the colleges, from some colleges. If this item is approved, we will have exhausted our state board fund reserve for the year, which is a good thing. It's what we want to do. So, Dr. Crowley, are you here? Do you want to come up and just speak, very briefly about this item?
Be happy to. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me and the opportunity to discuss this. We have a chance to pull talent from across the system and within our colleges to elevate some of the entrepreneurial things they're doing and to scale that information for faster acceleration across our colleges, so we're not recreating 58 ways to do the same thing. We also have quite a few experts in different fields and a few projects that this would give us the flexibility to align resources to complete some of these short or near-term projects we hope to complete.
And the NCAI Leadership Council was formed from another grant opportunity, correct?
We have two, our state level is from Governor Stein. And the one that we have across our colleges is a membership of 13 that we've put together without grant funding. It was a continuation of the AI Inc. grant as our strategy. It's a representation of 13 folks across our colleges, 5 presidents, 2 CIOs, 2 chief development student officers, academic and workforce. So we tried to look at the matrix of the folks within colleges that are going to need to make these choices within their strategic priorities. That council has brought some recommendations and strategies forward, and our next step would be to present those perhaps to a committee update later in the fall.
Right, thank you. Are there any questions regarding this item?
Just, I got one comment. Want to make sure you're aware, we're working with NS, what is the Student Association, NS4G? Are you working with them? Because we're talking about a Student Experience Council that's going to meet here the end of the summer. We're going to meet at major employers, tech employers, and these two should be kind of weaved together if possible.
I would be happy to work with that team on that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve attachment FC01, State Board Reserve Request, Innovators and Residents Network. Thank you. Chair Looney, is there a second? 2 seconds. Pick your pick. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. All right, pretty much all our the rest of our core action items do deal with, in some respects, IT or technology, and they're on our core action agenda because they do have shortened contract timelines, mainly because of our ERP transformation project. So normally they would be on our consent agenda, but we are shortening them because some of them may change going forward based on the work. And we talked about that to some extent or we have talked about that in our transformation committee before. So I do want you to keep that in mind. Pretty much all of them, I think all of them are 1-year contract extensions. Attachment FC02, Information Technology Service Management Extension for the System Office in colleges. This is a 1-year extension with ServiceNow for service management. It does provide tools for business services to the System Office and 13 community colleges. There was a 5% increase in the amount for this contract, and that's mainly due to the usage. It's for no more than $274,000, a little over $274,000. Are there any questions regarding this item? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve attachment FC02, Information Technology Service Management Extension for the System Office and colleges. Mr. Ottman's the second. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. Attachment FC03. This is a 1-year contract extension, no greater than 300 for an amount no greater than $350,000 with Intrinsic for their Informer data and reporting solution. This platform, interfaces with our colleague platform. The prior contract was $295,000 for each year for a 3-year contract. So this is not a very substantive change for a 1-year contract. I wrote down on my notes, Mr. Ottman, do you want to talk a little bit about the plan going forward, or do we want to hold that for another?
No, gladly. So
Okay.
these are all, as you said, 1-year contracts, just because we don't know once we deploy the solution, the ERP solution, where the overlap is and which of these could be sunset or, clawback. So I think that's the reason. So yes, there's probably, when you negotiate with vendors, if you give them 3 years, they'll give you a better deal. None of them came across as significant. So I think it's in the system's best interest to stick with the 1 year until we figure out where those offsets are.
Thank you. Are there any questions regarding this item? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve attachment FC03, contract extension for Intrinsic Informer Business Intelligence and Data Analytics Software. Thank you, Chair Looney. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Ottman. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. Attachment FC04, contract for intelligent Learning Platform, or ILP. This is a one-year contract with Elution, not to exceed a little over $1.1 million. This is to be part of our Canvas solution. Basically, what used to be a manual process will now become digital. So in the past, or currently, I guess, until this is deployed, someone keys in the data, the student data, faculty data, course data. That will now become digital and in real time. So this should be a big time saver for our colleges. Embedded in this contract will be support to deploy this solution. Is there anything I need to add to that? Dr. Merritt, is there anything I need to add to that? Good, thumbs up. Are there any questions regarding this item? All right, seeing no questions. I sounded intelligent enough for the Intelligent Learning Platform. I would entertain a motion to approve attachment FC04, contract for Intelligent Learning Platform. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Is there a second? Thank you, Chair Looney. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. Attachment FC05, contract contract for Learning Management System Online Help Desk. This is something that we've had for many years. In the past, it was Anthology. Now, Ancora, I believe, has taken over or has bought out Anthology. This is also a one-year contract, not to exceed $813,000. There is no change in the contract price. Ancora will provide 24/7 help desk support for both students and faculty for all LMS platforms. As you know, we are still transitioning over. So Blackboard, Moodle, D2L, Canvas. And last year, in the last fiscal year, AI support was also added. So we did talk about, when we were having our pre-agenda meeting, we did talk about in the future kind of looking at the data behind that and where most of the support was requested. So we might be able to do that in future meetings. Okay. Are there any questions regarding this item? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve attachment FC05, contract for Learning Management System Online Help Desk. There's a motion, there's a second. All right, there's a second. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. Attachment FC06, contract for Blackboard Learning Management System. Again, as you know, we are transitioning away from other LMSs, but we still have a runway for that. So this is a one-year contract with Blackboard for the system office and 11 colleges. Last year it was 12. One college has already transitioned. The contract amount is not to exceed $383,000. This contract will provide continuity of services as colleges transition over to that unified LMS solution. Are there any questions regarding this item? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve attachment FC06, contract for Blackboard Learning Management System. Thank you. Mr. Ottman, is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Moore. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. Am I going too slowly for you all? Attachment FC07, contract for Moodle hosting services. This is a one-year contract, surprise. Extension not to exceed a little over $1.7 million. for the Moodle LMS and Open LMS for the System Office and 35 colleges and the VLC. This, again, also will provide continuity of service as colleges transition to the Canvas platform. Are there any questions regarding this item? Yes, sir.
I just had to break things up here a little bit.
Make sure you're all awake.
Yeah, so these are all one-year extensions.
Yes.
Is that because, like on this one, you hope that this will be complete by this time next year?
We have an actual deadline for completion, so yes,
It will be.
yes.
Sooner than that?
Well, okay, Dr. Merritt? Oh, Kathy, yeah, go ahead, Kathy.
And my question is really, so this is a one-year extension for that amount. If it finishes in March, do you get a rebate or do you pay as you go?
No, on this one, thank you for the question. I've noted in here on page 2, which colleges will be transitioning over this year, and then some will be transitioning to Canvas the following year. But all of the resources that we're paying for in these bundled contracts are going to be transferred to Canvas so that they won't lose out on those services. There will be seamless continuity of like the plagiarism software, just everything that's going along with it. I've already gotten the commitments from those vendors.
So is it the same vendor for Moodle and Canvas? It's a different
No.
vendor, right?
Yes, 2 different vendors, but this middle service is different. We have a bundled service contract that's made up of a number of services as well as the Moodle hosting platform. For instance, we have accessibility software, plagiarism, video services, an AI system that we've been using, all of those, and IntelliBoard Analytics. They all work in all LMSs. So as a college moves from Moodle during this year, that same service is going to be connected by an LTI into Canvas. So we will not lose any services during the year as the college moves. And then next year, you were asking if this contract would be completed. Those colleges that have the asterisk next to their name will be coming off. We will still have a Moodle and a Blackboard renewal contract next year, but it will be significantly less because our final batch of 28 colleges will be moving during the 27-28 year.
Thank you.
The college, one thing, and Ms. Davis, correct me if I'm wrong, the colleges move in the summer, correct? Are they all moving in the summer, during the summer?
No, the colleges are all moving at their pace. We're actually ahead of schedule. We're really moving right along. We have 23 colleges that are already into their either technical setups or they're ready to go. We have 4 colleges that are beginning in Canvas next week. We have 7 that are already teaching in Canvas. And then we have 2 more that are advanced but not completely in Canvas. And a lot of the rest of them are going to begin in August through December
Okay.
of this year.
And the goal end date is
December
27.
31st, 2027. And all indications are we will meet it and be done early.
Any other questions? Good clarification. Did we vote on this one? We didn't. Okay. All right. If there are no further questions, I would entertain a motion to approve attachment FC07, contract for Moodle hosting services. Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Ottman. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. Contract for integrated library system, attachment FC08, one-year contract not to exceed a little over 191,000 with CRC Dynex for the ILS for 5 community colleges. As you all probably remember, there was an ILS contract awarded to Ex Libris in November of 2025. All 5 of these colleges are now in transition, so this contract would cover the time period until that transition is completed. Any questions regarding this item, Mr. Lang? Like Mr. Ottman, I'm not going to stake myself out, but Ms. Davis might want to.
Well, I guess my real question, if I may, is if it's going to be greater than a year, why wouldn't you do a contract for greater, but then you're not paying in advance, you pay as you go, and then it just stops, so you don't have to go through the whole contract process again?
Probably most contract, they don't allow you to do less than a year, but I would defer to Ms. Davis.
No, I'm saying, why wouldn't you do 2 years? And then if it completes in 13 months, then it's over, but you haven't paid for it.
If they're already in transition, I'm assuming they'll be done by then. I don't think it's that long of a process, but
no.
Our cohort 1, which includes the current CRC Dynex schools, are going to be completed by May 2027. So this will be the last year for this one. Sure.
okay. Any more questions? Seeing none, I would move to approve attachment FC08 contract for integrated library system. Thank you, Mr. Ottman. Is there a second? Anyone? Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? There's one aye. Are the rest of you ayes? Any opposed? It is approved. All right, we have moved expeditiously through those 4 action items. I will hope for nothing less for the consent agenda. I do plan on asking for approval for the entire consent agenda at the end, if the committee is in favor of that. If there's something that we need to pull and vote on that separately, we will do so at that time. Attachment FC09, allocations for virtual learning community centers. This is a $650,000 allocation. The amount has not changed. The VLC consists of 3 centers. And you have them in the agenda item Wake Tech, which is focused on professional development. Surrey, which is focused on quality and assessment, and Fayetteville Tech, which is the technology center. These centers are host centers, but there's engagement by all 58 community colleges. I believe that Ms. Davis or Dr. Merritt has a handout that really details, it's a report on those VLCs and what the outcomes are. The focus this year, or this coming year, for the Quality and Assessment Center in Surrey is really going to be centered around Canvas. But I would encourage you all to take some time to review this document. I looked it over. It's kind of meaty, but it does contain a lot of good information about the outcomes and really what each center does, and then who engages with those centers and what they do and kind of the background. Are there any questions? Yes, sir.
Is there going to be a test?
The virtual, I can tell you what to do with it. Sorry, I am from the north. just, I would say, browse through it. It just gives more information about the virtual learning community. We've had some questions on it in the past, so it kind of tells you a little bit more about it, what they do, kind of how the information is disseminated amongst all 58 colleges. So, yeah, tomorrow will be the test. I'll send that out by email. So, gives you numbers, data, just kind of stuff like that. So. Yeah, the virtual learning community provides the online coursework, yes. All right, if there are no questions, I'm going to move on to attachment FC10. Is that okay? All right, FC10, attachment FC10, allocation to support modernization for ERP pilot colleges. This has been on the agenda before. One of the things this board had agreed to is to reimburse certain costs for the pilot colleges who are part of the ERP project. We are extending that support due to time overruns through 12/31/26. The amount is not to exceed $700,000. You can see the breakdown of what type of costs are to be reimbursed. It has to do a lot with like the Microsoft licensing, just really things having to do with the project itself. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I'll move on to attachment FC11. Allocation for NC Edge customized training, region resources. Again, this is something that is on our agenda every year. This sometimes we break it up depending on whether or not the trainers, we are fully staffed with trainers, which we are at this point. This is an amount a little over $1.1 million for 5 regional trainers and 3 regional directors for the NC Edge customized training program. 6 colleges will serve as hosts. You'll see the breakdown of the colleges and where everyone is staffed. This is the same as the prior year. Are there any questions regarding this item? All right, moving on to attachment FC12. Allocation for the IDD training program. We had a very thorough legislative report in programs and I think a very wonderful discussion around the program itself. This is the allocation. It's $2.9 million to the system office and the 15 colleges who are part of the Access to Achievement program. This is the recurring dollars that the General Assembly has allocated to the program. Are there any questions regarding this item? And again, I do want to mention that there is Senate Bill 991 out there, thanks to Senator Lee, to expand this. So we're very hopeful that this program will grow. All right, attachment FC13, allocation for finish line grants. This is a $1.5 million allocation approval request. It's a general fund appropriation. These are emergency grant funds to students. They can get $1,000 per semester or $2,000 per year. The only difference here is the base allocation to colleges has changed a little bit. This is to prevent reversion. In the past, we've had colleges that didn't use their funds. Then the system office would have to call that back and then reallocate it. So this hopefully will start with maybe a slightly smaller amount going out to colleges and then allocate it as needed. So it's still going to go out to colleges. It's just we're going to start with kind of one amount and then see who needs what from there. Any questions? Attachment FC14, allocation for the North Carolina Motorcycle Safety Education Program. This is a little over a $909,000 request for approval to Lenore Community College for this education program. They are the host community college. They have been the host since, I believe, 1998, something like that. This program is self-funded through a $4 motorcycle tax. This year it did operate at a slight deficit, but there is fund balance to cover that deficit. Are there any questions regarding this item? Yes, sir. No, that's the total amount. You know what the deficit is? The deficit is about $10,000. The fund balance is about what? The fund balance is like 3 million that's in there. Correct. Well, normally it's even. So normally the tax itself for that year is enough to cover the program costs themselves. So normally it's a one-to-one, it's a wash. This year it's not quite enough. The tax didn't cover the current year costs. So it's about $10,000 short. So they're going to take from the fund balance. Yes. That particular $4 tax is.
And I say elevator safety about 4 times a day. So usually when I'm talking safety, I'm usually thinking of safety on elevators, but I'm just asking these, it just seems like a lot of money for motorcycle safety. But if what you're saying is the purpose of the tax is to provide revenue specifically for this and not other things, then I guess that's what it's there for.
Any other questions? All right, FC 15, allocation for high-cost workforce startup and expansion funds. This is a request for a 6-month extension of time through 12/30/26 for the previously awarded funds to be extended. So this is not a request for funds or anything. It's just for time. Some of the colleges have experienced delays, and you have in the rationale of in the agenda item what some of those delays were: vendor procurement delays, delays in facility upgrades. So those are some of the more common ones. So this is just an extension of time so they can have a chance to move into the actual what am I trying to say? Expenditure phase. So if at the end of this year, the funds do not revert, that's correct, right? They do not revert. We would just look to maybe reallocate them to other colleges who would be able to use the funds. Are there any questions? All right, attachment FC 16, allocation for short-term workforce development grant program. This program was first funded in 2021. It is a $1 million recurring allocation, which will provide up to $750 per course for resident students who enroll in non-credit short-term workforce training programs. Are there any questions about this item? Attachment FC 17, allocation for bio-network host colleges. We do have a few tweaks to this one from prior year. Pitt Community College was a host. They have been replaced by Pamlico Community College. So Pamlico will now be the STEM engagement and outreach host or center. And then Gaston College has indicated their intent to transition away from being a bionetwork center. So they are receiving a partial allocation. The rest is being retained, while a new post is being assessed for alignment. Are there any questions? All right. I have just completely put everyone to sleep for that. Moving on to attachment FC 18. I do have to say, I'm in my 11th year on this board. These are the most agenda items I have ever had. So yeah, it is quite the lift. All right, construction and property.
Good afternoon. We have the construction property agenda in front of you. The capital team has vetted all of these items and found them to be presentable to you. There are 26 total items, 10 new projects, 10 amended projects, and 6 property items. Notable is number 7 on the new projects for Rowan Cabarrus. They're doing an expansion of their fire training center under a federal grant for $5 million. Any questions? Did I make my 30 seconds?
You did. You did great. All right, no questions? Okay. If there are no questions, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda attachments FC 09 through attachment FC 18. Thank you. All right, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The consent agenda is approved. All right, moving on to the 4 information items. All right, the budget allocation for 2-1 summary, this is really a total system budget. Dr. Price, can I ask you just to do a high level summary?
Certainly. So included in the packet is a summary of, a condensed summary of all of our 58 colleges' total budgets for this fiscal year. We typically handle the state allocations to colleges. County colleges also work with their local counties for funding for operation of plant and maintenance of plant. And then there's a number of institutional funds, whether that is a lot of times it's federal Pell dollars, federal financial aid, other types of financial aid, any of the federal grants, state grants, operations from their bookstore, just a variety of different things. We summarize this information for all of our colleges. You'll see the total system-wide budget for this current fiscal year is a little over $4 billion. So it's a significant amount. Approximately $2 billion of that is from state appropriations, state allocations that we do through this board. We try and look through the information and do some analysis to look at county funding, things like that, where how colleges are funded compared to each other. I know on a college campus, I'll look at that a lot of times for how do my neighboring colleges support, how are the counties that neighbor me supporting their college, how does that compare to what we're receiving? But there's a number of different uses, not only from a college standpoint, but also just from a statewide look at this data.
Are there any questions? I think it's also interesting to see too, like the capital outlay the level of support of fiscal year, from each fiscal year, the increase and decrease. So this contains a lot of good data, but like everyone, I look at my particular county as well, as Dr. Price said, so. Okay, moving on to estimated receipts. I think we got everyone but one, is that right?
That is correct. So again, included in your packet is their estimated receipts totals for the year. Again, we're on track to collect and most likely over collect our receipts budgeted for the year. So we continue to see good progress there, especially when it comes to enrollment at our colleges, and we know that's what's driving these numbers here. At the end of the fiscal year, those funds that are over collected do carry forward until to the next fiscal year. We will come back to you with an allocation request to send those back out to colleges. The current state law with that says that any of these over collected funds in the next fiscal year, we allocate those to colleges that experienced a greater than 5% fall to fall enrollment growth. So we'll look at whatever the enrollment is in the fall and compare it to the previous fall, and any of the colleges that meet that 5% requirement would be eligible for that. I will remind, as part of our Propel initiative, we are asking for a change in that state law where we're able to allocate these funds based on colleges' percent of that collection. So if a college collected 2% of the revenues, we give back the 2%. Part of the benefit of that approach is we don't have to wait for fall numbers. We're able to go ahead and do that very early in the year. And so those colleges that are experiencing enrollment growth, they get the funds much quicker. And they're able to go ahead and put that to use and have that available for their planning purposes. Right now, they don't know that number until February, March timeframe when we're able to do an allocation then. But again, revenue's looking positive this year, and we anticipate, again, at least collecting, but most likely over collecting this fiscal year. Be glad to try and answer any questions on it.
Okay, system office budget update. This is something that we committed to you all to bring once a quarter. Did you add anything this time? Oh yeah, okay. So there is, I think based on feedback from last time, someone was asking about percentage columns. Those have been added. So, but if you have any questions, feel free to reach out, but in the interest of time, we won't spend a lot of time on this, but that you can see the percentages. And then budget tracking sheet, again, we're not going to spend a lot of time. Alex will give a more thorough update, budget update tomorrow, unless you want to jump up and do it now. This is just the governor's budget. That's the only one that is out there. There are a lot of moving parts right now, a lot of exciting things going on right now. But the one budget that was out was the one that we want to present. We'll keep adding to this as we go. Any questions? Are you creeping up to the microphone? Go ahead.
Well, I'll ask if you, I'm happy to do a little bit now because I don't know what timing may be like tomorrow.
You have 4 minutes. So you
Okay,
can say
sounds
what-
good. I bring interesting news. Hopefully you've seen the emails. The Senate and the House, well, the governor released his budget proposal since our last meeting. It was very strong for the community colleges. And the Senate and the House have reached an agreement on the foundational disagreements that they've had, specifically on the tax package and then salaries. Things are up and running now at the General Assembly. Local area chairs, including the education policy chairs or appropriation chairs, are meeting. currently to draft kind of their budget proposals, and they'll present to the full budget chairs after they're kind of done. We expect that to begin anywhere as early as next week, potentially further, but we expect, and it's been reported that a budget vote could be held on June 15th. So it's going to be fast paced, a lot of moving parts. The good news is things are moving. We'll continue to advocate for our system legislative priorities and continue to have a lot of support in what we do. So again, just a quick little hit there, a lot of moving pieces, things changing by the hour now. And thank you to Deanna and our team and the state board and the presidents and the trustees and the foundation for all the support. So hopefully we got good news to share in July, but lots of can change. We know that, but we'll stay on the forefront of it and keep you all updated via email. That answer your question?
Thank you, sir. All right. No, yes, sir. No, because we're still in the current budget year, so it would start the new budget year. All right. New business? No new business? Nope, nope, nope. Okay. Do what? Oh, sorry. Yes, I lied. There is new business. Dr. Price has an introduction.
Just want to take a second to introduce Josh Lagunas, who started with us as our Associate Vice President for College Finance and Operations. So that was approved at the last board meeting. Josh comes to us with a number of years of experience at a couple of community colleges, was actually here at the system office for a little while as our Director of State Aid, and most recently had been at one of our universities in the state. So we're glad to have him on board. He's been with us a little over a month now, I think it is.
And he's still here.
He's still here.
Stand up. Yep. Welcome aboard. Okay. No more new business, right? All right. Who would like to make a motion to adjourn? All right. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All right. Any opposed? All right. Thank you for a great meeting. I will see you all for the next one. Hello again. I would like to call this meeting of the State Board Policy and Governance to order. Committee meeting to order. It is 3:16 PM. Ms. Davis, would you please call the roll?
The Honorable Chaz Beasley, Miss Lisa Eastep,
Here.
State Treasurer Brad Briner, Mr. Eric Nesbitt, Miss Stacy Griffin, Mr. Jeffrey Lang, Mr. Tom Looney, Mr. Chris Lumsden, Dr. Dale McGinnis, the Honorable David Price, and Miss Sarah West. All right, we have a quorum. Got it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Carpenter, would you please read the Ethics, Awareness, and Conflict of Interest reminder?
Yes, ma'am. In accordance with the State Government's Ethics Act, it is the duty of every member of this committee to avoid both conflicts of interest and appearance of conflict. Does any member of the committee have any known conflicts of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matter coming before us today? If so, please identify the conflict or appearance of conflict and refrain from the undue participation in the particular matter involved. Thank you.
Thank you. You have before you the agenda for today, May 14th. Are there any questions, additions, deletions to said agenda? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Thank you. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. Hopefully you've all had a chance to approve or to review the minutes from March 19th, our prior meeting. Are there any changes to bring forward? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve said minutes. Thank you. There's a motion. Who is the second? Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Lumsden. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? They are approved. You have before you 5 items on for future action. The committee will review each item and take a collective action at the end of SBPG 05 to move all 4 future action items to 4 action, if that is the will of the committee, and then vote again to approve the items. Just a brief overview of the rulemaking process. If these items are approved, the public comments will be accepted for 30 days from the published date of the after finance, I can't speak anymore. From the published date of the proposed code change. Yeah, obviously not. Following the public comment period, all comments are shared with the system office staff to see if substantive changes, if applicable, are required. If so, the changes will be shared with the board for their approval. If approved, public comments will be accepted for an additional 5 days following the initial public comment period. If substantive changes are not applicable, the amendments will be presented to the board for their approval, and if approved, they will be effective on the first of the day of the following month. Any member of the public also has the right to request a hearing on the proposed amendment. Request for a hearing must be received within 15 days. Any questions on the process? All right. Attachment SBPG 01, proposed amendment of 1D State Board Code for subsection 400.1, curriculum definitions. The changes include using obsolete course instead of archived course to align with the terminology used in the Common Course Library, CCL, and at the UNC system, including work-based learning and clinical for contact hours, and including the amount of minutes, which is 60 minutes for each clinical hour. Are there any questions regarding this item? If so, Dr. Eads is here to answer the questions. Okay, if not, moving on to attachment SBPG 02, proposed amendment of 1D, subsection 400.3, program classification. This changes the four-year college requirement to baccalaureate granting college to align more with the student experience. Not every student graduates within 4 years. Consolidates the language to simplify degree programs into one category with 3 sections. This is in section 2. The 3 sections are transfer, associates in applied science, and associates in general education. Any questions? Dr. Eads, do you want to talk about that briefly? About this process?
Thank you so much for that question. So we make these changes based on feedback from the colleges. So we've been vetting these drafts for several weeks now with our chief academic officers and other stakeholders. And of course, now this is going to go out for public comments. We anticipate some additional feedback. But quite honestly, when you read the existing code, it's very repetitive and not very functional. So we're trying to make it more readable and more usable. Yes, thank you.
And it's been about, what, 10 years since?
It's been almost 10 years since we've touched some of these items. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Attachment SBPG 03, proposed amendment of 1D subsection 400.4. In compliance with the new statutes, the new institutional accreditor no longer has to be SACS COC. So that language has been removed. Any questions there? SBPG 04, proposed amendment of 1D subsection 400.7, instructional service agreements or ISAs. Consistent with previous code changes of instructional service agreements, it changes ISAs to cooperative curriculum agreements. In August of last year, it was last year, right? Yeah, okay. The board changed the code to replace ISAs with cooperative agreements. So this reflects that change. It also removes all requirements for a signature. The new ERP only requires an approval from the president, so that there's still an approval needed. It's just a different format, if that makes sense. Yes, sir.
So I appreciate the change in the title. I do have a question that I've asked before, and I think I sent y'all this question about the systems collecting information on inter-college partnerships and the FTE and enrollment that comes from those. That was an issue a couple of years ago. I understand progress is being made. Can we get an update on when the board can start getting reports on these partnerships and their results?
Dr. Merritt?
Glad to address it. We are working through a process right now where, currently, as you all know, with our business model, we tell our story through collection of FTE and, the way that we currently, as you indicated, Dr. McGinnis, currently collect the data on our partnerships. ISAs are in 3 different levels, level 1, 2, and 3. Levels 2 and 3 are the ones that where colleges can share courses and share programs. Just to be very, very transparent, that is in spreadsheets upstairs in a couple different offices. We have explored a couple ways in our data system, current data system, to operationalize colleges as they build courses, indicating that those are shared courses. We had one proposal as we worked through with President Loop and a number of other presidents and CAOs last year and talked through the code with program approvals and terminations. There was some conversation about ISAs, and really all we landed on was just the change of the terminology. One of the ways that we could change how we capture that data last year, as we circulated, as Dr. Reed says, we try to vet these ideas with the colleges. There was one that, with instructionals, the instructional delivery code that just wasn't well received. We do have a solution right now where when colleges build courses, they can indicate, I think it's course type, indicate that as a shared solution. We have figured out in the current colleague solution, and we think in Banner, that's what, this is also tricky because we're going through this ERP transition, but we think that in colleague right now, there's a selection that we can, as colleges build courses, they can indicate shared. It's a shared course, whether it's a ISA or it's just an MOU between colleges. So what we're planning on doing is we have to introduce a new data element, deploy that, and then train colleges, the 58 folks across our system that build these courses. What we'd really like to do is, put out a memo here in the next few months and allow, we build those courses months ahead of time. So we'd like to, soft launch that in the spring and then be able to have that happen starting next summer in May. So I know it's not the, answer you'd like to hear because it will take some time, but, when we have 58 colleges building courses in a shared way, we want to be able to capture the data and really tell that story appropriately. So.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, I'd love to get a deadline to get this done because
Yep.
I'm still not clear on, it sounds like a lot of ifs and ands and uncertainty. I would appreciate it at the next meeting to be able to get a deadline or due date on when we can expect to get that information.
Yeah, we'll certainly do that. And I think the other opportunity for us to capture this data is going to help because right now, as we claim FTE, as colleges claim FTE, currently the ISAs only represent 0.12% of all FTE across our system. I think it's probably a greater number than that, but that as we look at it right now, it's just 0.12%. So I think there's opportunity for improvement here. And I think the deadline for us is currently, if we get this memo out this summer, after this data element is introduced, we can train colleges on how to do this so they can build their courses for spring in this new way as a soft launch. So,
Look forward to hearing more about it.
We'll do it in July. Thank you.
Can I ask a quick question? This data, does Bill manage this data or you manage the data? And you're just analyzing the data he gives you? I just want to understand when you gave the action, who really owns it, and is it multiple?
Bill is the person that, his team, they pull the data, they analyze it. We use that data to make informed decisions. So I think as we talk through this solution, it's been, people on Bill's team, people on our team coming together to talk about how we can, better log the data in the system, pull it down, interpret it, and analyze it, and make sure that it gets into a format that you all can digest. So it's a collaborative effort.
So is it the data is hard to get or hard to analyze, or what's the core issue?
I think the core issue right now is there's no centralized way in our data system where colleges consistently across the 58 log that they are sharing courses and sharing programs.
It's on the front end.
It's on the front end. Yep.
Okay. Can't she fix it over here? No, you can't?
Is it on the requirements for the CCL solution, the 2B solution? To have maybe that field be mandatory?
So of course, we're still in development phase. So certainly that is on the radar, just like credit for prior learning. We're trying to better track data, all data in our new system. So certainly I'll make sure that we don't lose track of that.
Yeah, I just don't want to give you an impossible task where you're dependent on something that's not available.
Yes, I
and that
think
you're making stuff up.
the challenge, of course, we have cooperative agreements, formerly ISAs, and then we have all these other agreements that exist outside of what we have record of. So finding a way to track everything consistently, as Dr. Merritt mentioned, with the way the courses themselves are built is really the best solution that we've come up with so far. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Attachment SBPG 05, proposed amendment of 1D subsection 400.8 courses for curriculum programs. This removes supplemental courses since the courses are now under developmental courses. This changes 3 years to 5 years before a course may be marked obsolete. And this clarifies the standards language, whether a curriculum course may receive a transfer designation. The criteria for that has changed over the last 10 years. Are there any questions regarding this item? All right. Any other questions regarding these 5 agenda items? If not, I would entertain a motion to move SBPG 01 through 05 from future action to for action. Thank you, Ms. West. Is there a second? 2 seconds. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? That motion is approved. Is there now a motion to approve SBPG 01 through 05? Thank you. Is there a second? Okay, give it to Bryce. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? They are approved. Moving on to our consent agenda, recommendation for initial proprietary school licensure, attachment SBPG 06. This is the State Board of Proprietary Schools recommends for approval the licensure for 10 proprietary schools with an expiration date of June 30th, 2027. And you have that list of schools in your agenda item. Again, these are initial approval schools. Are there any questions? Yes, sir.
How do we know what we're approving? I mean, I get it, asking for approval, but I don't know what I'm approving. And I don't know, is it a good decision to approve or not?
I mean, it's a good question. We are kind of the last stop. There is a board of proprietary schools, and there is a set of requirements that that Scott Corl and his staff go through for the for initial licensor. Should I just spell out my words?
So is this, I mean, not to sound wrong, but is this kind of a rubber stamp since they've already approved it?
I don't like that wording, but it kind of is.
Oh, I apologize ahead of time,
Yeah.
but
But it kind of is like we're trusting that they've gone through the process at this point. They're not going to bring forth a school that hasn't met the requirements. So I think that's the way I would put it. They're not going to bring forth someone that has not turned in their forms, paid their fees. Yeah. Yeah. I'd prefer that than rubber stamp, because rubber stamp means it's just no one's looking, but they are looking. So, yes, sir.
But these items are first being vetted by the central office staff first, before they come to the committee and to the board.
So they're being
So-
vetted by the Office of Proprietary Schools. And then they're being approved by the Board of Proprietary Schools.
Right.
And then they're being, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but that is the approval process. And then they have to be approved by us.
What I'm saying is that before it gets to the committee, to the board, I assume that the central office staff, the leadership team, has also vetted this to determine whether it should be recommended to the committee and to the board. Is that correct? I mean, if y'all felt differently, I assume it would not get to the committee.
That is correct, sir, but the Office of Proprietary Schools that is headed by Scott Quarrell is a part of the system office. So it starts with the system office, and then he works diligently with the Board of Proprietary Schools.
But they have the sign off. It's not, Dr. Cox doesn't have the sign off.
Correct.
For any of the community colleges.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
I would just note that after this board approves these, then ultimately I do sign off on the form saying that we collectively have approved these things to go forward. So it's you wouldn't set up the system this way if you redesign it from scratch today, but it's the system that we have, and it is a little bit of an odd configuration, but that's the governance structure that we have. And you're right to ask questions about it, but that's the model that we have right now.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, well, one way to, it might be interesting sometime to have an indication of the approval rate or some statistic in terms of how this works with the Propriety Schools Board. I mean, I've noted from time to time that we've dealt with situations where they have required improvements, or they've sent recertifications back. So it appears not to be just a kind of automatic approval. At the same time, I don't think any of us have a good sense of what the volume of applications is and how discerning this process is. So I don't know. It might be good just to have those figures at some point.
I think is Scott Coral here? I think I see his head from the back. Yeah. Yeah. If you would like to address that question or request.
So our board has existed since 2012, and when we deal with new schools, so the schools that you see, for example, on attachment 6, those schools were vetted in the following way. All of those schools paid their licensing fees. Every one of those schools has a $25,000 insurance bond to protect students in case there was any type of closure of the school. Our office goes there to make sure, we conduct a site visit to make sure it's safe and appropriate for students. There's parking available, restrooms available, space, and the materials on hand are adequate to teach what they want to teach. Our board, before they meet for all 10 of these institutions, they're going to have a report that lays out the sort of like 10 to 12 statutory requirements that the board has to find before they recommend a school for licensing. And so that's the way that our board looks at this. So when they met on May the 1st, they went through all 10 of these. They had the reports in front of them. They determined that all of those met the requirements in the statute. You'll see 3 of these are dental assisting schools. Those, we have a requirement that every one of those schools, their radiography curriculum, as well as the instructor, is going to be approved by the North Carolina Dental Board. We have a school that is EHC Health Career. It's got a nurse aid program. That program has to be approved by the Department of Health and Human Services, the curriculum, the instructors, the location. So all of this is vetted. They did that on May the 1st and made their recommendations to this board. They can't change the statute. That is the way the statute was read. A lot of that, I think, deals with the history of that. There was a section in the community college system for decades that dealt and did proprietary schools. And then back around in 2011 with the money crunch, they created this board and it sat in this institution because I think historically it had the knowledge base to understand, what these were. And so that's the vetting process. I'm happy to answer any other types of questions.
How often does a request get rejected or dismissed or not approved? Sorry. There you go. So how often does a request to you and to your board not get approved?
I can't tell you specifically statistic-wise what that is. Our office has worked with both the licensing boards for many years. So we're able to identify, for example, our board has to find that a program is consistent in quality and content and length with other programs, whether they're public or private. And so our office, knowing that, we sort of have an outline of if we see a program that's is not consistent with that, we're going to correct that before it gets to them. The other thing we're going to do is we're going to tell them we can put it forward, but the risk you take is they're going to find that this isn't, and then you're going to be rejected. You're investing a large amount of money to have this program. So they have a lot of skin in the game to make sure that they're staying consistent. But we do a good job in our office of working with our team to make sure that everything is before it gets to our board. We want to fix any issues or problems we're aware of.
Yes, sir.
Well, it's a good question, though, I think, what that statistic does look like. I mean, I remember not too long ago when this whole area was kind of the Wild West. There were all kinds of horror stories from proprietary schools around the country and students being swindled and so on and so on. We know this can go very badly. And we've avoided that in this state. I mean, I take it that we've done very well and that you've done very well. I'm not
I think,
questioning that,
yeah.
but it still would be interesting to have a little perspective on this in terms of what this flow of demand and looks like, and to
Mhm.
what extent you are representing a filter for that, or you know, how much you're actually kind of seeing these things through, and how much you're kicking things back. I think it'd be useful to know.
Sure. We do put a report out generally every August, and by statute, we have to do that, and we make this board aware of what the prior licensing year looked like. And so our board has taken many actions, as you've indicated. Our board takes very seriously its role of protecting students in the state that take proprietary education. I think last year we had over 15,000 students in our schools, and so they've taken many actions since I've been here that have suspended, revoked licenses. And so they're going to continue to do that as necessary to make sure that our schools are in compliance with the rules. That is what they want. And that's the onus they put on our office, is to make sure that we don't have those situations that you have seen in the newspaper.
Mr. McBrayer?
Yeah, I remember early on in our careers that it took me a while to get my head around the whole concept of what they did, but I kind of relate it to I never understood why this board had to approve new presidents coming into the system either, because we don't choose them, we don't know them. Their local board of trustees do that, and then we just kind of do our own little vetting and approve it. And the answer I got back in 2015, because it's general statute, and that's what they want us to do. This is similar in fashion, general statute, that they place that board under our purview. So we don't rubber stamp, to use the term, and we do get involved periodically, but basically we're here to be their larger board by general statute, if that makes any sense. It just took a while when I first got on this board to wrap my hand around what you did and why do we have to deal with what they do? But it's the law, general statute.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Coral.
Sure.
Did we approve? Okay. Okay. All right, we'll move on to the last one and then approve both together. Recommendation for renewal of proprietary school. This is the renewal of, this is a State Board of Proprietary Schools recommends the approval to renew the licenses of the current schools, 125 proprietary schools across the state, with an expiration of June 30th, 2027. Any questions? All right. With no questions, I would entertain a motion to approve SBPG 06 and 07. Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? They are approved. Let me just say, I made it through 22 finance items on time early, but I couldn't make it through 7 governance items. But I'll put that on Chair Beasley. Yeah, this isn't actually my committee. Okay, any new business to come before this committee? If not, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Thank you. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.
Wake up. I call this Personnel Committee of Thursday, May 14th to order, and need a roll call from one of you.
All right. Mr. Bill McBrayer,
Present.
Mr. John Kane, Honorable Chaz Beasley, Miss Lisa Eastep, State Treasurer Brad Briner and Mr. Eric Nesbitt, Labor Commissioner Luke Farley or Miss Chris Bullard. Thank you. Miss Stacy Griffin, Mr. Tom Looney, Dr. David Lowry, Mr. Robert Moore, Mr. Ray Trapp. We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'll read the Ethics and Awareness Conflict of Interest. In accordance with the State Governments Act, it is the duty of every member of this committee to avoid both conflicts of interest and appearance of conflict. Does any member of the committee have any known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before us today? If so, please identify the conflict or appearance of conflict and refrain from any undue participation in the particular matter involved. See none and hear none. Let the record reflect no conflict. You have the agenda before you today. Any additions or deletions or additions? I have 7 items for closed session. So with those amended agenda, I would ask for an approval as amended. A second? Second. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Any opposed? And then you have the minutes from our March 19th meeting. Any additions, deletions, corrections from the March meeting? Not, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes as written. Okay, got a motion? Second. All in favor of the motion, say aye. All opposed, like sign. Okay. Take just a brief second to look at our vacancy report, which is and this is information, 8.47%. It's gone up a tad. 20 of the vacant positions of those are 10 of them are grant funded, and 6 of the 10 have funding that expires this June. College president report. As we speak, all colleges have a president. Nobody's retiring just yet. Any questions concerning this information? Okay. At this time, I will go into closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A1 and A6 to prevent the disclosure of confidential information in accordance with the General Statute 135-AJ, and to consider the qualification, competence, character, and fitness of a public officer or prospective public officer. Can I have a second? Who's second? Tom Looney, okay. All in favor of the motion, say aye. All opposed, like sign. All right, we'll sit adjourned. We're back in open session. Any new business to come before Personnel Committee today? No new business? Okay, we will stand adjourned. See you in the morning. Thank you.